Hey yo, welcome in. Sorry about taking a little longer there to get started. We grabbed a fisherman's friend, and it turned out that it was our last fisherman's friend, our last cherry one. That is, we have more fisherman's friends. The other ones are honey lemon, but we ended up using our last cherry fisherman's friend, so we had to go grab our honey lemon ones because they weren't nearby. Clean the fire plane. Hey Doc, I'm sure you can tell by the state of the sky whale that things are getting plenty fractious out there. We're doing all we can, but will it be enough? Who knows? This plane wasn't built for a tiny airport like this, but I had no choice. Those folks in Pumpton need an extra water drop, and if I'd have tried to make it all the way to the city strip, I would have ran out of fuel. Gotta say, with that caked up windscreen, I'm not sure how I landed it at all. It was pretty hairy, I can tell you. You okay to clean it up so I can check it over? Pretty sure everything's fine, but you never know. Didn't we clean a fire plane in helicopter, private jet? Okay, it was a fire helicopter. Did I? I don't think it looks like it might be fine mostly, but there. Let's fix our avatar. There. How long do you think it'll be? I have a urgent stationary drop scheduled, and I can't have a fire plane hogging the airport, you know. here. By the way, if you didn't know or didn't get the memo, we are still sick, unfortunately. So, we are still recovering. So coughing, unfortunately, will occasionally be a thing. Our voice was also kind of hoarse. Still. That little bit there. Countstone. He evolves into Greebird, I think. Or Greebird evolves into him. I forget which. One of those two. So our ads today, our coffee time ads, should be relatively around coffee time. Why is my ear so itchy? That looks like dirt, but it doesn't let me clean it. Let's go up here. Get up on the wing. Thing I don't like about, so Fisherman's Friends taste, Halls taste gross. Halls taste like cough medicine. They taste gross. But Fisherman's Friends actually taste decent. They almost taste like not quite a candy, but they taste pleasant. But Fisherman's Friends are so tiny, and they dissolve quickly compared to Halls. Halls last a long time, whereas Fisherman's Friend, they taste so much better, but they don't last very long. It's unfortunate. I hate it. Oh boy, can you believe this airport manager guy? I just went into the lounge for a coffee and beer. Bear in mind, I'm filthy from volcanic ash. I've clearly been through something. He told me to clean up first or I'd disturb the other visitors. I'm the only one here. Underside is probably still dirty, so that'll have to be cleaned first. That's not clean yet. So what am I missing here? Oh, there. That's clean. That's all clean. This probably goes to the center. Probably ends at the center. Maybe it doesn't end in the center. What? Okay, it's because it's still dirty from the other side. So wing is done. Legs itchy. Let's do, I guess we'll do the front-ish region. don't like how dark this underside is. Because, like, it's clean, but it doesn't feel clean because it's so dark. Tell you what though, I'm having a good old snoop while I'm here. As you should. Some very curious photos on the walls. Oh, do tell more. This guy's got friends in high places. I'm not talking about mountaineers. Also, he does look strangely familiar, but I can't quite place it. Well, that did not work. What is the fuselage? I understand that I'm standing on top of the fuselage, but like, what does it mean? Is that the part of the plane that holds all the fuel? Is that where like all the fuel is stored in the plane? Stand up. Can I? I can. Let's turn that one off. No nozzle. Rudder trim. Elevator. Because it elevates to elevate the plane. did I clean the top of that? Most of it. Well, that did not work. I hate scaffolding so much in this. It is so awkward to walk up. I don't like that. Like, there's a dark line right there. Wild Espathra. I have never heard of that Pokemon before. It's literally an ostrich. No! When will you be done? Timmy Timerson the First. I'm keeping an eye on a filthy pilot. Who's also got zero manners. Wandering through my establishment. Wait, was this the same person? Laughing to herself for zero reason. Almost coffee time. Almost coffee time. 22 lozenges. 22. Ooh. Smell is very powerful. Lemon and cough drop. Ooh. Taste is very powerful cough drop. The cherry one didn't taste like a cough drop at all. It literally just tasted like a piece of candy or something. I have no clue what happened to my nose there for a moment. It literally just stopped working. It doesn't even taste like honey. Like there's no hint of honey. It just tastes like cough medicine and lemon. It just tastes like cough medicine and bad lemon. I do not like this flavor. We definitely will not be getting this flavor again if we buy more Fisherman's Friends. We might not even buy more Fisherman's Friends. We might switch to Halls just because, while they taste gross, they do last longer. I think they're about the same price, so. Cockpit frame. Oh, this is part of the fuselage as well. Is fuselage the main body of the plane then? What is a fuselage? The main body of an aircraft designed to house the crew, passengers, and cargo. What is a fuel compartment on a plane? The wings. Most commonly the wings, which are designed to be watertight tanks that store fuel. This fisherman's friend is doing tingly things to my tongue that the cherry ones didn't really do. We got an ad break coming up. It is coffee time. So we are going to take this ad break to go get our coffee. It is a ritual on our channel. Every day at this time we get a coffee, tea, hot chocolate, apple cider, etc. As well top up on water, use the washroom, stuff like that. So while we do that, feel free to we don't it is not mandatory, but we do like it when our viewers join us in coffee time. So feel free to use this time to go get a coffee or water, use the washroom, etc. yourself, and we will be back shortly. We're back. We got our coffee. Here's the washroom. Our water's filled up. Is our avatar? Yeah, our avatar is talking. Okay. I looked at my avatar and for some reason it seemed like the mouth wasn't moving, so. We tried using our uwu voice earlier today, and it's starting to come back. but it's still very rough and not cooperative. We're starting to get there. Slowly but surely, we're gradually getting better. The test of how sick we are is whether or not we're able to do our ooh voice. That is the sickness test. Wait, you know Derek Degas, the actor from that Mint Spies movie? There's a photo here of him potholing with the mayor and the billionaire Blake Thrust. Potholing? What is potholing? How random is that? Coffee. It smells so good. For some reason it smells lemony and cough medicine-y. Maybe it's my breath. It smells so good. What is potholing? What is potholing? The exploring of underground caves as a pastime is called potholing. Interesting. Why doesn't this side have one of those? I don't even know what it is. Pilot head. Why is my mouse acting up now? What do you even mean? Why are you acting up now? What the fuck is your problem? I think that's better. I don't even know what it was, because, like, the cord wasn't bound or anything. Like, Maybe it was like that specific spot on my desk or something. Oops. Wow, Carnivine. Okay. So now it's just this and that. as much as this fire plane looks clean, this level wasn't as satisfying as some others. The colors aren't like vibrant enough. It feels it doesn't give as much joy as other levels have. What did I miss? Nose antenna. Nose sensor. Pilot head. That was that over there. Porthole windows. Not those ones, so it's gotta be over here. Propeller blades. Wing antenna. Wow, Doc, amazing work. I've checked over the Sky Whale, and it looks like we got away with it. Just. Florian Perez. So she was the one that Timothy Tim wanted out of his establishment. Such a relief. Thanks to you, I can head straight back out. Which is just as well. It doesn't look like Rushless is gonna run out of steam or ash anytime soon. Clean the dessert parlor. Power washer. I love my staff. Really, I do. They're great with the customers. They have lots of amazing ideas for new flavors. They're always upbeat and they keep their cool in just about any situation. But they did not react well to the presence of a raccoon in my ice cream parlor. No, they did not. Presence of a raccoon. That would be a fun sight. Raccoon in an ice cream parlor. Well, let's I guess we'll start back here. feel I should explain what happened. For a start, it was a super hot day and my team were rushed off their feet. I keep hitting the wrong button. I meant to move right. I kept hitting C instead, which is the button to switch between game modes. This purple to green and like the blue is nice. The black to the blue is nice. Can you go over there, please? Ooh, this nice, beautiful white table. It almost looks like it's glowing. The tile is nice too. So far, everything in this, I like everything in this ice cream, in this level, this ice cream parlor so far. The fire plane was a bit drab, but the ice cream parlor is a hit, in my opinion. Oh, I missed a bit of table here. do the drawings, the lights or whatever on the walls. The pink and white swirl on the ceiling. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It is kinda very ice creamy. It does say ice cream parlor. I think it would have been better if there was brown mixed in with the pink and white for chocolate for Neapolitan, which is a ice cream flavor. But I suppose there's probably like a vanilla strawberry swirl ice cream as well. Just feels like it's missing the chocolate to me. I spilled coffee on myself. Apparently, I missed my mouth or something. I don't quite know entirely what happened there. Storage Hunter. I take it that's a game where you you buy and sell storage units, maybe? Where you flip storage units? It is cough medicine time. Time to take our cough medicine so that we get better, so that we can stop being sick. Our new junior scooper, Rihanna Hooper, had spotted the raccoon out the back, rifling through the bins. To Rihanna's credit, she immediately rushed out to shoo it away. And left the door wide open for it to run in. Unfortunately, she didn't think to close the door to the parlor behind her first. You can come sit up here again now. She is, of course, Employee of the Month, too. Does this counter flip up? No. What am I missing? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm still missing something? Like, I can't interact with it. Oh. Apparently I had to step away from it to interact with it. Ooh, that wood flooring is nice. Sandy gassed. I like the ice cream dripping from the ceiling, dripping down the wall. That is a brilliant touch in an ice cream shop. coffee mug on the wall. Is this supposed to be? No, there's no way this is a coffee maker. So this is gotta be. This is for ice cream. Coffee machine. Coffee machine in an ice cream parlor? I suppose. Feels weird. While Rihanna was dealing with the raccoon, Harry Solemn had come in for his daily deluxe. He's this sweet, super bright, super shy kid. It's clear that he doesn't get much chance to chat to people, but he always tries to get a conversation going. That morning, he was remarking on the incredible size consistency of the mint choco chips. get the top of that. That's all. That's done. Sorry. Why is my ear so itchy? Is it like being licked or something? Like, ugh, feels weird. So itchy. Slow moving tenor, cheap viewers, stream boo. How about no account created yesterday? Get out of here. Get out of here, brah. With your best viewers or cheap viewers, whichever it was. I think it was cheap viewers. I like this glowing cabinet. Why for you hate me? Clever. Ooh, waffle iron to make waffle cones. As soon as the raccoon darted into the parlor, it was mayhem. I would imagine. Oh. Everyone, including the staff, immediately lost it as the wild animal scurried around, desperate to find its way out. But that's when Harry when Harry came into his own. Did he save the day? Sorry. Oh, coffee. It's cold at this point, but still. I mean, it's not cold, but it's not even lukewarm anymore. Is the neon sign? Okay, the neon sign is finished. Harry knew that peppermint oil was a raccoon deterrent. Did he throw his peppermint choco chip? So as everyone else flailed, he clambered over the counter, grabbed the tub of mint choco chip, and began peppering the parlor with it. He then created a delicious pathway of strawberry sorbet to guide the animal out. I mean, it worked, but at what cost? Apparently at the cost of you hiring a PowerWash cleaner. seating. Ooh. There's it kind of goes down in the back of the seat to there. Okay, so what did I miss? Booth table legs. It's gonna be in the back here, yeah. Booths. That's valid. I absolutely missed that. Employee of the Month sign. Entrance door handle. Ice cream machine dispensers. Ice cream machine signs. Ice cream machines. Tray stack. Vending machine control panels. Vending machine dispenser. And we're done. It looks so vibrant. I love it. PowerWash services. I've just seen the parlor and I can't believe how gleaming it is. Whilst the debacle cost me a fortune in stock, I'm actually glad it happened. Harry, or should say Minty, has come into his own. And it's a story I can roll out at parties and barbecues for the next 20 years. And I can just write the costs off as an industrial accident. All the best, Gemma. Clean the subway train in the sculpture park. So the subway train seems to be very large, while the sculpture park doesn't seem to be as big. We'll start this one for the moment. just to inspect. Yeah, we've got all the insides. Honestly, I mean, yeah, there's a good deal to it, but it's probably not really that bad. Hey, Wishy, what you up to? First morning at Jess's Antiques, and I've already been sent to Washingham to pick up a Rococo basket base. I wanted to say, ma'am, your hunt is over. 'Tis I. But you know, never reveal your full weirdness on day one. How's your day shaping up? I think this one's just a high price because there's a lot of little things to get clean. It is time for our evening pills. What am I missing? Why did this one not get cleaned? Why did it not ding? Oh, we lost the cover to our pill container because it is broken. I cannot see it. Where are you? Flashlight. Where the fuck did it go? What do you... Oh, it was under my blanket, apparently. It was under my blankie. Take our pills. Fix our container so that it kinda stays together a little bit. What? Where? I shouldn't have to get that low for the roof. What do you mean? I did other sections and I didn't have to go down there. Can I can collect that. That is actually awesome. Do. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hit you with that do. Welcome in, Caladmare. How you doing today? How is your day going? Last playing Elden Ring. How's the Elden Ring grind going? I hope your day's going well. We're still sick. We are still sick, but we are getting better. Kind of. So for like there was a period of like 2 or 3 days where we felt like we were getting better. Like I felt better than I had the previous days. But then like I started feeling worse again than the previous days. So like I forget what day it was, but I woke up and like throughout the day I like would remark to myself, you know, we kind of feel better. We feel better than we did yesterday. And then the day after, I think it was 2 days in a row, we felt about the same. And it was better than the previous day. But then we started getting a little more sick. Oh my god! Raid coming in from El Magnifico. Thank you, Robert, for your raid. Welcome in, raiders. How you guys doing today? How is your day going? I hope it's going well. What were you playing, El Magnifico? King's Quest? You were playing King's Quest. King's Quest 1? King's Quest 2015. I sound better. I mean, I am starting to get my voice back. We are as you may notice, we are a VTuber, but we also we do a uwu voice that some of our viewers particularly like. unfortunately, we lost our uwu voice along with our real voice when we got sick. So I'm not really able to do it anymore at the moment. That'll hopefully come back when we get better. I It's really bad. But hopefully that'll come back at some point as we get better. Just wait until you feel well. Yeah, I imagine it'll come back like our regular voice. Don't strain yourself. It's not really even like that much of a strain. It's just like I can't do it. Like my body refuses to. Well, like not so much that it refuses to do it. It just like I try, but it's not quite there. So hopefully within the next we started getting sick not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before. So it would have been, we started getting sick, I think it was the 16th. I think it was the 16th. So 10 days of us being sick. Is that right? I feel like it was longer than that. I feel like it was longer than that. I don't think it's been 2 weeks. So I don't think it was the 9th. I think it was the 16th. We're getting better though. We are hopefully gradually getting better. How'd your stream go, El Magnifico? How'd your stream go, Robert? I hope your stream went well. Did you have fun playing King's Quest? 2016? 2015? Is it like, what is, because I know the other ones are numbered. Was this like a remake of the original King's Quest, or is it like or like did they do like a rehash of the series kind of thing? I was a bit disappointed in my puzzle solving abilities tonight, but otherwise it was all right. Brain not working today. It's a reimagining. Gotcha. So they basically decided, they got so far in the series and then they decided they wanted to like reboot it. And similar to what they did with like the God of War games, for instance. They did this was a different studio. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. Kaladmir, may I ask how far you are now in Elden Ring? Did you get further? Last we had talked, you had beaten Godric, but you hadn't yet gone on your way to the school. The college. You just got to Langdale? What? Man, you are making some progress. You're back down the subway? Nice. bet they need you after yesterday. What happened yesterday? Bucket Fest got pretty wild from what I saw on Watcha. To be fair, 5 towns all having their fests on the same day was never going to end well. So, you just got to Lanedale. Did you like fast track it to Lanedale? Like, did you do all the side dungeons, or did you just like story content? Because like if you did everything, that is some crazy progress. No dungeons, so just the mandatory story stuff to get to Lanedale. Gotcha. So you beat Radon, mainly just main bosses. You beat the Academy, you beat Radon. Probably the Fire Giant. Is the Fire Giant mandatory? I think he's mandatory, isn't he? Not yet. If I remember correctly, I think you said you're trying to get to... Fire Giant will come later. I think you said you're trying to get to Melania, because your brother wants to see you fight Melania, I think, if I remember correctly. But also, that's where you left off previously, was Lanedale, and I assume you want to finish the rest of the game. Are you going to do the DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree? I personally, I think I told you maybe, but I did like all the side dungeons in Limgrave, Liurnia, and Caelid, and then I got to the mountains or something, the giant elevator, and then I got bored with the game and stopped there. Stopped after Morgott the first time. That Morgott, I think isn't Morgott the final boss before maybe not the final boss before, but Morgott is pretty close to, because I think if I'm not mistaken, I think Melania is optional. I think Morgott is just before you set the tree on. Disregard that. Disregard what I was saying. You did not hear that. You did not hear anything about trees or anything about setting them up for Christmas. You did not hear anything about setting the tree up for Christmas. Haha, it's fine. Do you know already what you do with the tree? Do you know already what you do after? I saw my brother beat the game. So you saw what happens to the Erd tree, what you do with the Erd tree. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I didn't want to spoil the Christmas tree for you if you hadn't already seen that scene. He just hasn't beaten the DLC. What do you mean he hasn't beaten the DLC? So he wants you to beat the DLC first? Is that what I'm hearing? He needs his sister to show him how it's done? Sorry to be rude, but I'm going to raid and run. Have a fantastic rest of your stream. Have a great day, Robert. Take care. Do all the things, after stream things, hydrate, bathroom, etc. Have a great day. We will see you another time. Take care. Thank you for your raid. I appreciate it very much. No, I think you just got bored. See, I have a problem with open world games. I much prefer a straight line, like railroad tracks. Follow these tracks. Give me a set of tracks, and I will follow the tracks to the end, and you can tell me a story. I love a linear, straight line story where I don't have to, like, some minor exploration, like, you know, I'm going down this path and it's like, oh hey, there's a treasure chest over here, or there's a treasure chest over here. Yeah, sure, great, that's fantastic. But when I have to, like, go up these stairs out onto the street, I have to go like 12 blocks down the street, take a left, and then a right, and like go into another subway station to, like, that's too much. That's too much. I just like, if it's a straight path and I'm guided there, great. But if I have to make decisions on my own, I just get to the point, I'm just like, I don't know where I want to go. So maybe just play something else. I don't know what to do next. So, like, how about we just don't? I get overwhelmed with how much stuff there is to do, and then I'm just like, I don't know what I should do at this time, so we're just gonna play something else where I do know what I'm supposed to do. Looks like we have ads coming up, so unfortunately you may get hit with ads in a moment. I'll try not to say anything too important during the ads so that you don't miss it. Yeah, I prefer story-driven and character-driven games. See, I find in an open world game, okay, so take a 20-hour story linear game, and you get in an open world game, you get about the same amount of story as you do from a 20-hour linear story game, but they spread that 20-hour story into a giant 80-hour, into a giant world that takes you 80 hours to get the same amount of story as the 20-hour linear game. See, like, I love being told, I love playing games to be told a story. I don't, like, just tell me your story so I can experience it, and we're great. Oof, we got some rust or something here that stuck on. There that we missed. That. Looks like you guys might be back from ads. Are you back from ads, Caladmir? Still in ads? Can you hear me? Or didn't get ads? Some people don't get ads. Are you able to see me with your ears? By the way, am I saying that correctly? I assumed it's Caladmir. I feel that open world games don't tend to do that well with story. Yeah, like they take, like, it feels like they take the same sorry. It feels like they take the same amount of story as any other game and just they sprinkle it throughout the world, and it's just so sparse. Another thing I find is that granted, like, there were open world games before Skyrim, but Skyrim was like the first really big mainstream open world game, Like there was Far Cry was available before Skyrim, and Far Cry has open world and stuff. But like Skyrim was the first big open world game that like got super popular, and I feel like ever since Skyrim came out, open world games have just been competing to see who, like, they just, each game tries to make a bigger world, a bigger map than the previous games. They have this obsession with just getting a more and more massive world, and the bigger they make the world, the smaller it feels. The less love gets put into the world, the more it just feels random and generic. Like it's stuff is just placed randomly rather than with love and care. The bigger the world gets, the less you can feel the love that the producers put into the world. It just becomes dead, void of life. Oh, that's true. It did become more common after Skyrim. Yeah, like, there were open world games before Skyrim, but they weren't like super big. They weren't super popular. And then like Skyrim came out and it had this massive world, and then it was just like it was just a it was just dick measuring at that point after Skyrim. It was just who could flop out the biggest world. And it got very, very bland very quickly, in my opinion. I didn't even like Skyrim. Like, Skyrim gets so much love. Like, so many people loved Skyrim. It was a big hit. I think it was a terrible game, in my opinion. The skill system was really cool. The skill system, in my opinion, the skill system was like the only thing that was good about Skyrim. Genuinely loving this drive. Having a quick pit stop to stretch my legs and take in the view. Almost forgot how spectacular our county is. I played Skyrim. I saw my brothers play Skyrim, but I never liked it. I played Skyrim for all of... I might have tried Skyrim 5 or 6 times. I couldn't get past the lack of enemies. There was just so few enemies. Like, you go into a crypt, like one of the first dungeons, it's a crypt, and there's hundreds of sarcophagus, or coffins, whatever, like tombs. There's hundreds of spaces where there should be dead bodies. And there's literally like two enemies in the... There's two undead skeletons in the dungeon. Like, what do you mean? You have like space for hundreds of bodies, and you have two skeletons in the dungeon? I was like, what the hell? So I found that I would like have to travel vast distances just to find any enemies. So I ended up downloading mods that made enemies so that wherever an enemy spawns, instead of one enemy being there, it would randomly spawn anywhere between 2 to 10 of that enemy. So you walk into that first dungeon, and there's normally 2 skeletons. Well, now you have anywhere between 2 to 20 skeletons that are amassed in this dungeon, ready to attack you. It definitely made it feel more vibrant, in my opinion. But the downside is that my computer was not able to handle it. There was one section where there was like a dragon that spawned, but because it had spawned there, it had spawned like 20 of the dragon, and I ended up like my computer hard crashed. Like like I hit the pause button, and it took like a solid 20 minutes for my computer to bring up the pause menu so that I could close the game. It was bad. And after that, I was like, nope, we're never touching this again. I did end up getting Skyrim VR, virtual reality, and I tried it again, and it was better. The only reason that I kind of enjoyed that one, Skyrim VR, was because so years ago I had watched one of my friends play Skyrim, and he used a Khajiit, which is a cat person, and he had healing in one hand, and he used bare fists in the other hand, because Khajiit, the cat people, when you're barehanded, your unarmed damage does more. So like you do a bunch of damage when you're unarmed, plus like wearing gloves increases your unarmed damage for the cat people. So on Skyrim VR, I made a Khajiit and played long enough to get to a dragon, just so that I could wield cure or recovery in one hand and then unarmed in the other, just for the sheer fact that I wanted to punch a dragon in the face. So I ran up, punched a dragon in the face until it died, and I was happy and moved on with my life and never looked back at Skyrim again. Not worth my time, in my opinion. Terrible game. Absolutely trash. Catacombs are resting place for the dead. They're resting. It's the two that are doing it wrong. I mean, when, yes, they should be resting, but when the dead come to life in the catacombs, like, if you go to, like, if suddenly skeletons are a thing, if you didn't know, sorry to break it to you, we have skeletons inside our body. We are just a skeleton wearing flesh and muscle. But like, if skeletons could come to life, if I went into a catacomb, I am not expecting to find two skeletons. If skeletons came to life and I had to go into a catacomb, I would absolutely expect to find thousands upon thousands of skeletons in this catacomb. If I went into a catacomb, like, in real life, if I had to go into a catacomb expecting to find, like, living skeletons, animated skeletons, and I found two, personally, I would be like, hey, thanks for giving me a break. But I would be sorely disappointed in the lack of skeletons in that catacomb. Like, what do you mean only two of these skeletons came back to life? Skeletons came back to life, but there's only two here? Like, what? Oh no, skeletons are real. I'm sorry to break it to you, Keladmir, but skeletons are real. You are just a skeleton waiting, biding its time, waiting to escape from your meat suit. Have you seen the catacombs made of skeletons? I think they're in France. Yeah. The catacombs below the streets of France. If the dead came back to life, the catacombs in France would be the absolute, like, I would hate to be there. I would hate to live in France if the dead came back to life. Like, that is the absolute worst place to be if skeletons come back to life. If skeletons get reanimated or something. Like, absolute worst place to be. Graveyards, worst place to be. Mausoleums, terrible place to be. Crypts? Why would you go into a crypt when the dead are alive? It also sucks for the skeletons. What would be really funny, though, about the skeletons in France coming back to life, assuming skeletons can only form you knew exactly where I was going with this. Imagine getting reanimated and your body parts are all over the place. You get reanimated and your head is over there, but your leg is over there and your arm is up here, and like you've got to try, your head has to crawl like 2 miles just to find its own arm. That guy has your shins. Yeah. Yeah. The catacombs in France would be the absolute worst place to get reanimated. Because, like, assuming you can't just take someone else's legs, like, you can only take bones from your own body, like, your all your bones get reanimated, but like your head can't attach to like the ribs and arms of another skeleton. Like you gotta find your own parts. Absolutely the worst. Like, body parts are strewn everywhere. I absolutely do not expect that any body is correctly assembled in those catacombs. I'm fairly certain that they did not take the time, like, when the catacombs were being used, like, the catacombs now are all like nice, neat, and orderly, but it wasn't always that way. The catacombs, when they were being used, it was literally just piles of bones scattered everywhere. Nowadays, there's actually like aisles that you can walk through to get between to walk between the bones and stuff. It used to just be like bones scattered everywhere, and it was just bad. But eventually the city got funding or something for them to actually like organize things and make it look relatively neat instead of just bones scattered everywhere. So I absolutely do not expect bodies to, like, bones to be with their proper bodies. Can you imagine the guys in the room of just skulls? Just a room full of skulls, all like trying to figure out where the rest of their bodies are. Where. Yeah. Yeah. Can someone give us a hand? That's great. I love it. Legs would be nice too. Can you imagine, like, the room, like, room full of just legs, and like a skeleton somehow manages to form out of them, and it's just really leggy. It's just all legs, no body, no arms, no head, it's just all legs. Just been roadblocked in Pumpton by a duck and a goat. Calm down, fellas. I'm just passing through. Oops, all legs. Gonna try picking them some choice boysenberries from a high bush, from a high branch to tempt them away. But yeah, like I absolutely huge fan of the Zelda series. Out of all the Zelda games that I've played A Link to the Past, but never finished it. I've played Ocarina of Time like 20 times. I played Ocarina of Time Master Quest. I've played Majora's Mask probably like 10 times. I've played Wind Waker 2 or 3 times. I've played what's the the one on Wii U and GameCube, or Wii and GameCube. Twilight Princess. Thank you. I played Twilight Princess once. I played Skyward Sword once. I played some of Minish Cap. I've played Breath of the Wild. Played and beaten Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And so all of those, aside from Link's Awakening DX, Link's Awakening Remake, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, A Link Between Worlds. Like, I absolutely love the Zelda series, Zelda franchise. And honestly, in my opinion, Breath of the Wild and I liked Tears of the Kingdom only because of the final fight. The final fight was cool. And I mean, I don't mean fighting Ganondorf. I mean fighting the final Ganon. That was cool, in my opinion. But that's only because I like dragons. I'm a huge fan of dragons. So anything with dragons is a win, in my opinion. But Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, not great games. Like, they were alright games. They were alright open world games. But like, if they weren't labeled, if they weren't Legend of Zelda themed, I never would have touched them. Never would have bothered. Because I don't enjoy open world games. And even as like Zelda games, I don't feel like they were really good Zelda games. Like, they didn't they didn't really have much story to them. It mostly just felt like an open world game with a sprinkling of Zelda here, a sprinkling of Zelda lore here and there. My favorite is Majora's Mask, so Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom felt very lacking. As much as I've played... So, Ocarina of Time is the one that I played the most. That is primarily because, as a kid, my mother babysat, and I would play Ocarina of Time. I would beat the game and complete everything, and then the kids would come over and they would start up Ocarina of Time, and they would delete my save file, and I would get so pissed off, and then I would do it all over again, play it all over again, beat everything, collect all the heart pieces and all the side quests and everything, and then they just I kept the game up on a shelf where they couldn't reach it, and occasionally somehow they would get the game and delete my save file every fucking time. And so I ended up beating that game like in my youth. By the time I was like 11, I beat that game probably like 14 times. And then I beat it on 3DS as well. I beat it on GameCube because I got Ocarina of Time for the GameCube along with Master Quest. So, because I had it now on the GameCube, I had to play through the game on the GameCube as well, and then do Master Quest. If you haven't played Master Quest, I absolutely loved Master Quest. Genius design, because if you hadn't played Ocarina of Time, game's super easy. You go in, you like figure out puzzles first try, basically. Like, I watched someone play it who hadn't played Ocarina of Time, and they figured everything out so quickly. But if you have knowledge of Ocarina of Time, you go into a room expecting this puzzle, but when that doesn't work, your brain's like, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck? Like, it literally took me. So, in the Deku Tree, there's one puzzle where there's a bar, like there's a floating platform that goes across the room, and there's a spiked bar that sits over top of that floating platform, and you have to go into the water. You have to dive underwater in Ocarina of Time. You have to go in the water, you dive underwater, you have to swim back up, jump onto the floating platform, which is now lowered because the water level lowered when you hit the switch, and then you ride the floating platform under the spiked bar and get across the room, puzzle solved. So, Master Quest, you go into this room expecting, hey, there's going to be a switch. I have to hit the switch to lower the water so that I can get under the spiked thing. Well, you go in the water and there's no fucking switch. It literally took me, no joke, it took me an hour to figure this puzzle out, because you walk into the room, the water level is already low enough that you jump onto the platform. You're too high standing up normally, so you hold the shield button and your character crouches slightly. And your character crouching slightly gets you ever so slightly below the spiked blockade. And you get to safety. And it's that fucking simple. It is that fucking simple. It took me a goddamn hour because I've played Ocarina of Time so many times. It took me a goddamn hour to figure out how to get through this fucking puzzle because it was so fucking simple. It was so goddamn simple. I was looking for a goddamn switch. There's got to be a switch. I've got to lower the water level. You don't lower the water level at all. You just fucking crouch. You just hold your shield and crouch under the fucking the spiked barrier. It's oh my god. Once I figured it out, it bugged me so much. I'm so stupid. But like, the more that game, literally, the more you know about Ocarina of Time, the more of a hindrance it is to you getting through the game. Because all the puzzles and like, even like going into rooms, into temples, you go into a temple and you progress through the rooms in a certain order, but in Master Quest you go into those temples and you progress through all the rooms in a different order. So like, instead of going into A, B, C, D, E, you go into like E, A, D, B, C, and it's like, what? It completely messes you up. I love the concept of Master Quest, because they made a new Ocarina of Time game that was refreshing and challenging to players who have played and beaten Ocarina of Time. They basically remade the game, but it was new and exciting and challenging to people who have played the original. So I loved that that was a thing, that they did that. But I played Ocarina of Time probably like 20 times. I've played Majora's Mask maybe like, I don't know, 10 to 15 times. I haven't played Majora's Mask as much as Ocarina of Time, but I did play it a handful of times. I I loved both of those games. I loved Wind Waker as well, but despite only ever playing the game once, I've gotta say that my favorite Zelda game was Skyward Sword on the Wii, because it had it used the it had an attachment for the Wiimote that like enhanced your motion controls, and the game was entirely motion based. Like you had to you held the you held your shield in your left hand, or you held your shield in your left hand, your sword in your right hand, and you, to block, I really struggled because of the motion controls. I absolutely loved them. To block, like, you could block by just holding the button, but blocking reduced your shield's stamina, and over time your shield would break. But if you parried attacks, it didn't reduce your stamina, your shield's durability. So ideally you wanted to parry every attack, and that was done by you hold your shield, but then you swing, you don't swing your hand, but you thrust your hand forward in a straight line. You thrusted your hand forward slightly, and that was how you parried. And then, of course, you had your sword in your right hand, and you had to, like, enemies would block in a specific direction. Like, an enemy would block on the side, so you had to swing from a different direction, either from the other side or above or below them, so that you could get past their block. And I absolutely loved it. With the motion controls, it made me feel like I was Link. And I have the game for Nintendo Switch, but I enjoyed playing Skyward Sword so much on the Wii with the motion controls. I know the Switch has better motion controls, but I loved it so much on the Wii. I have Skyward Sword on the Switch. I haven't played it at all on the Switch. I bought it and I have not played it. I'm afraid that I'm gonna play it and it's not gonna feel the same, or the controls are gonna be janky, and I'm gonna hate it, and it's gonna taint my love of Skyward Sword, because I absolutely favorite Zelda game. By far, favorite Zelda game. And I only ever played it once. I liked that, like, your tools had degradation, but you could upgrade them. Like, your slingshot would degrade over time, but you could upgrade it. You could buy a new slingshot and then, like, upgrade it, and eventually, once you got to the top upgrade tier, your slingshot and, like, your bow and stuff, they were just they were indestructible. They wouldn't break. I think you could also like spend rupees to repair them. Maybe I don't remember, but it was like it was the start of Breath of the Wild's equipment durability degradation, and it did it so much better in my opinion than Breath of the Wild did. Breath of the Wild, the equipment degradation in it just felt it felt bad. You actually liked the things my brothers and I really hated. I like I loved that game so much. I loved it so much the first time that I'm scared to play it again and not love it so much, right? I loved it so much that I want to live with that nostalgia forever. That I can't go back and taint it. I loved Girahim. Girahim was so weird. He was like, one second, phone. I thought Girahim was weird. He was very Girahim was very flamboyant. He not like, no offense to gay people, but he came off very flamboyant and like almost gay. But I did like I did very much like Demise, which was the giant. If you got very far in it, it was a giant black. It's what became of Ganon, or what became Ganon. Demise was like, it's this giant black scaly creature. He had like toes that you had to slash away at. I liked Demise. As goofy as Demise was, I liked him. And I forget his name, but the final boss where Demise and Girahim fuse, where Girahim fuses with Demise. I forget his name. I don't know if it's like Ganon or something, but Skyward Sword final boss. Girahim and Demise. Is it just called? Oh, it's just called Demise. His name is Demise.
Um, I liked the the final boss fight with Demise. So he has two forms. He has a form where he's just this big scaly monster thing with a feet, mouth and toes, and then he has a human form where he looks reminiscent of Ganon. And the lore is that since Skyward Sword is supposed to take place, it's supposed to be like one of the first stories. The lore is that Demise becomes what we know as Ganon and Ganondorf. He will turn into Ganondorf, yeah. Can I? Excuse me. Can you? Can you move, please? We didn't like that. You didn't like that Demise turns into Ganondorf? Or you just didn't like Demise in general? Did you play Wind Waker? As goofy, Ganondorf looked so goofy in Wind Waker. And as goofy as he looked, I enjoyed the game and thought that his final fight in Wind Waker was neat. It was like they took and like rehashed all the previous boss fights that you had gone through. They were like which is something that Link's Awakening did long before Wind Waker ever came out. In Link's Awakening, the final boss, you fight like you basically it's basically like a boss gauntlet, a boss rush, and you fight like almost not all of them, but you fight some of the bosses that you had fought previously throughout the game. You like refight them to test your memory of fighting them and your skill and stuff. And Wind Waker did something very similar to that, where they had you refight a bunch of the bosses from Wind Waker, from the various dungeons, in a boss rush gauntlet. One of the things I find really compelling about Ganondorf is that he is a man, just a mortal man, and he frightens gods. He is a man. He was a man that was so cruel and dark that like the thought of him getting the Triforce and having ultimate power and what he would do with all that power and like the world he would create with all that power was terrifying to the gods, because he was entirely evil. the man had no good about him. He was completely heartless, just devoid of sympathy or feeling for anyone. To the point that when he is coming back, the gods just flood the world rather than deal with them. Yeah. Yeah, literally. Wind Waker, literally just, oh, Ganon's coming back. Well, we might as well just bury the world under a giant ocean. How about we do that? How about we just bury the world? Just sink it to the bottom of the sea. Then we don't have to deal with Ganondorf anymore. That's a plan. Did you ever get to play Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons? If you haven't, they are on the Nintendo Switch. If you have a Nintendo Switch membership, they have a Game Boy Color emulator that you can play, and Game Boy Color games, of which Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons are available to play, as well as Minish Cap on the Game Boy Advance emulator, which I played like a couple dungeons of Minish Cap and then never beat it. And I would love to actually beat Minish Cap, but just never gotten around to it. I don't know. For some reason, Minish Cap, like, I lost interest with it. It didn't retain my interest for some reason. I'm not sure why. I had that problem with Link to the Past as well. For some reason, I've tried playing Link to the Past like maybe 5 times or something, and every time that I've played it, I've gotten like a little bit further in it, and I always end up stopping and like never going back to it. And then when I do, it's been so long, so I just start over again, and then I get a little bit further and then quit playing again. I lose interest with it for some reason. I don't know why, because it's not the style. Because I've played Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, which are a similar style. So I don't know. The Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons games have entirely different gods, I think. No. Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, I think they have the same gods, but they are actually embodied, and there's also there's completely different villains. It's not Ganondorf is in it, but the main villain is someone else who's like, I guess they're a puppet being controlled by Ganon, but Ganon is like the ultimate villain, but the main villain is like is different. I can't remember if it's two different enemies between the games. So I think if I remember correctly, the two different games have two different villains, but if you beat one of the games, you get a code. If you beat the other game, you get a code, and you take the code from the other game and you put it into your so like we got ads. I think my youngest brother played the Oracle games, I think. Did you get ads come up, Caladmir, or are you immune to ads? If you can hear me, I might as well just continue talking. But I don't want to like say something you can't hear and then just have to repeat myself later again. I take it you got ads. Split screen. The new unique split screen TV experience from Sequela. Watch TV and play 50-50. Work together, separately, happily. That, I would love that. That is genius. I love that. That you have TV and your game at the same time. Instead of having to have, I mean, it is two separate TVs, but instead of having to have two separate TVs, I feel like one of these, the cushions didn't. Didn't ding. I take it you are back now from the ads. So what I was saying was that in Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, when you beat Oracle of, so if you start with Oracle of Seasons, for instance, you beat Oracle of Seasons, you get a code at the end of the game, and then you take that code and you go play Oracle of Ages, and you beat Oracle of Ages. It gives you another code that you could put into Oracle of Seasons. But in Oracle of Ages, once you beat the game, you can punch in the code from Oracle of Seasons, and it tells the game, hey, you beat Oracle of Seasons, you've beat Oracle of Ages as well, though, so here's this secret boss. Here's an extra couple, there's like, I think it's two extra boss fights, which are reminiscent of other Zelda games. They're callbacks to other Zelda games, which I love. So if you actually beat both games, then you get to fight a secret boss. Well, two secret bosses. And you get the you get both codes, and you can put the other code, the opposite code, into. I'm going to use you to make my decision on if I'm buying this game or not. Life's lesson. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy my content. This game, absolutely love it. Can I show? Give me a second. I'm going to check Steam real quick to see how long I've played this game. 1 second.
Okay, I'll go around the other side.
Steam. This is the wrong computer. Steam. Okay. Steam library. PowerWash Simulator. We have played PowerWash Simulator for 108 hours. And I ended up showing my Steam anyways, but 108 hours we've played this. What makes it fun? It's kind of like it's a OCD. Have you ever watched like videos where it's like it's all like satisfying stuff? The videos are like just designed to like show you satisfying stuff, like ice cream running out of a dispenser, and then they aren't too satisfying to you. If they're not too satisfying to you, it might not fill the void or hit the same. It's satisfying when I do it, but watching others, it's meh. It's, yeah, I guess OCD fulfillment. If you give me a moment, I'll show you, once I finish this level, I'll show you one of the, like breaking a perfect icicle. Yes, it's satisfying. Or like, I'll show you one of the satisfying levels that I like and why it's satisfying. Someone else, it's meh. When I do it, it's glory. Exactly. You've got it right there. It's kind of like ASMR, and it's all about the satisfaction, the OCD fulfillment. I am OCD about like things having to be clean. So I see the dirt and I'm like, it's gotta be clean, right? Where is the safety chain attachment? I don't know where it is. Oh, it's gonna be this. So it's probably safety chain attachment. So it's one of these. No, it's not one of those. Safety chain attachments. What do you mean? So now just take a power washer to the real Subway and clean that. It needs it. Yeah. I would not be able to like do power washing in real life, the underside chain between the cars. That, I don't think it's that. It isn't that. It's not that chain. This needs to be cleaned. Safety chain attachments. It's these, but it's not those. Because these are both, I almost feel like outer double doors in case the latch disengages. Supposed to be 2 chains between the cars. Hey, sorry to run, but I have to go now. It's been fun chatting. I'll see you later. Please take care. Have a good day, Kaladmir. I hope you have a good day. Take care. We will see you next time. I'm not sure. Cause like it's telling me it should be those, but it's also not letting me. See, like look at this dirty window, right? It's like a nice vibrant blue underneath. It's just like watching that come through as you clean it. It's just so nice, in my opinion. Plus, like, part of it might be the ding afterwards when it's fully cleaned. It's like it's like the dopamine hit because you did something properly. You completed it, the task. I might give it a shot. I would recommend. I think it's the third level, if I remember correctly. If you give me a moment, I can go right to it right now. The second level, the back garden, is nice, but where I found that it really started to hit me was in the playground. And I'll show you playground. So like all the colors in this level are very vibrant, and damn, those are some nasty kids. They're disgusting. So like you can see the red through this, but like once you start cleaning it, it's such a dramatic change. The vibrant blue and vibrant yellow that that comes through after you're cleaning it. It's like super some of the levels are mediocre, but some of them, like this one, are just so good because it's very satisfying to see that bright, beautiful color come through as you clean the grime off of the stuff, right? Should have cleaned it. I hope we have a warm day. I need to clean my car. Should have cleaned it months ago. See, I love this game, but I wouldn't be able to power wash in real life because I would end up wasting so much water. I would drain everyone's well. Like, if you hired me as a power washer, you would have no water left in your well. I mean, some people, I have a well. Where in the heck uses wells? I mean, some places use city water, but I have a well. Where I live, we have wells. It might be like especially if you're like out in the country where I live, we have wells. You have your own water supply. And like if you're on city water, I think that's even worse because like on city water, don't you get charged for like how much water you use? I had a well like 500 years ago. It's been filled and capped. There's probably a dinosaur at the bottom of your well. Like, look at this. Look at this. This grimy, black, yellow dirt. And, like, even this isn't a super vibrant color. But it's, like, it's nice to see it come clean. Let's see what we missed. Bench seat cushions. Bench seat cushions. Oh. Apparently we have to do the inside of all these doors. I honestly, it's a great game, in my opinion. It's not high action or anything. Like, it won't get your heart pumping. But it's a great chill game. It's a good way to chill and relax and just vibe. You can lose hours just cleaning. Just hours just disappear. And eventually your wrist starts hurting. You get like arthritis or carpal tunnel. And your hand cramps up. And your arm starts like yelling at you. It just, everything fades away into non-existence. And you clean through the pain. Exactly. You clean through the pain because you're like, I'm at 99%. I have to finish this level. I can't I can't leave this level unfinished at 99%. I just can't. I've got to finish it. Cleaning in game, 100%. Cleaning in real life, 0. Exactly. Cleaning in real life, terrible. Cleaning in game, absolutely. I couldn't do this in real life though. Like, just cleaning my car with a power washer, I would end up draining our entire well. Like, especially because, like, in the second game, I've heard that soap is actually important in PowerWash Simulator 2. But in this one, there is soap. There is soap. But it's basically useless in this game. It doesn't really do much. And it's not worth the time spraying stuff with soap just to clean it off afterwards. The soap mechanic in this game doesn't work very well. But in... Oh, is it this one? It's this. It was this one that I was missing. I wasn't even seeing that this existed. In the second one, soaps are actually important. Apparently, it helps like drastically. You do have, at least in this one, I'm assuming in number 2, I don't know entirely, but you have a bunch of different soaps. You got glass cleaner, you got metal cleaner, plastic cleaner, stone, multi-purpose, wood, and they all work. They all have different effectiveness on different surfaces. Bench seat vents. I don't know which one of you it is, but we're gonna find out. This one. Cab windows. Is that it is. It's this one. Doorway advertisement boards. There's no advertisements on the outside, I don't think. Doorway advertisement. What's those? How many are there? 6? Oh, it's this. Click here. I'm missing one. Oh, front advertisement. Okay. Down here. Oh, this one. This one. don't see any more. Let's see. Grab rails. Is it? It's those. So it's got to be in here. So there's two more. Oh. Grab another fisherman's friend. If you don't realize life's lesson, we are unfortunately sick, so I apologize in advance if I ever end up having to cough in your ear. We can't always necessarily hit the mute button every time. Inner cab door lock. I can't open that. Inner cab door lock. Inner cab door. Where am I? That's dirty. Inner cab door window. Okay, so that is the door lock. Inner double door windows. Outer double door windows. Hoot hoot. He escaped. Oh no. I think I still need one more here. Oh? Guess that was it. Outer vestibule door window. Outer vestibule door window? Is it this? It is. Rear lights. I don't know which end is the front and which is back. Is that the front? Or is this the front? Which end is the front? What do you mean? Rear lights? Where? Roof vents. Vestibule, entrance frame, and entrance frame handle. That would be this. Bench seat cushions. Oh, they're labeled A and B. To tell me which train they're in. I only just noticed that. Bench seat dividers. Bench seat vents. Emergency alarm casings. B. One more. Front advertisement boards. B. Inner double door warning lights. Inner double door windows. Inner wall posters. Inner walls. Inner windows. That Fisherman's Friend wasn't that bad. It did kind of taste like cough medicine, but it was more lemony than the first one was, so it wasn't so bad. Where are these rear lights?
We did it.
Also, afterwards, if you're still here, life's lesson. Also, afterwards, once you finish, you get this nice little video showing your time lapse of you cleaning the area, which, in my opinion, is very nice as well. PowerWash services, amazing stuff. You can consider your work here well and truly complete. Congratulations, Bella. Clean the sculpture park. Jetsmith, come hither with your suds of wonder. The clouds have passed overhead, and the moment is now. The moment is always now. Okay. So we'll probably start here, and then work our way through the rest. What is this? Some kind of cat dinosaur thing. There's a clock here. Fish. You have come, Darcy. Please purge my work of this dirt, my imposter syndrome made manifest. Yes, you guessed correctly. I have done this to myself. Okay. Let's do maybe this next.
text message. 1 second. Okay, we gotta run upstairs for a moment.
Okay, we will be a moment. Oh no, I'm so sorry, guys. I forgot to turn the audio back on for our BRB clips. I'm so sorry. We end up having to. I'm out of breath. I end up having to lug a heavy ass wheelchair into the house too, so it can charge overnight. Cause it needs to be used tomorrow for the gentleman. So. I'm exhausted now. Like, I normally don't have that much. I mean, it's heavy, but it's not usually an issue. But I think it's because we're sick, where everything is harder to do. We are literally just so exhausted and out of breath now. sphere sculpture floor. Well, that's the sphere, but block sculpture floor. The enigmatic wave-like sculpture represents the birth of an idea. That one. The waves symbolize my subconscious mind and its fraught thought process. The balls are the ideas themselves. As you can see, one is about to be born. From the waves. In this instance, the idea being born is the idea to make a sculpture about the birth of an idea. What balls? Do you mean those balls? Like those are... Or are you referring to the sphere? What balls are being born? The eye of poor us. Was the eye of Horus ever for us? Porous? Porous? Our vision of the holy is holy. Gaps in our perception prevent the manifestation of the vision. Do we have a ladder? I really like the color of this sphere. It's such a nice, vibrant, beautiful blue. It looks especially beautiful after it has been cleaned. It looks like it is all finished. Home sweat home. Through one's own toil, the home and homemaker become one. almost done this block sculpture. tunnel sculpture floor. What tunnel? Guess this is the tunnel. Curious animalistic sculpture is my spirit animal, Seymour. Every night in my dreams, I send him off to the astral plane to mine the Akashic records for inspiration. When he finally manages to find his way home, you can expect my work to go stratospheric.
A moment within a moment. A through line, a for you line. We are caught, snagged, secured, suckered. Suckered. Two happy fish in a net. Darcy. The playground. I say, is that the playground? But I'm fairly certain it is.
I'll do like one more segment of ground, and then we'll probably call it there for tonight. Okay, that is all for today. Thank you guys for hanging out. It has been another 6 segment with Corrado. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate every one of you. Any and everyone who has been here. Thank you. It means a lot to me.